Monolithic shaft and capital cases we've also seen, Abhijit, and monolithic shaft and capital being glued to the shaft is also there. Bull and horse, yes. Good morning, good morning. I told you, Anjali, straightforward. That is, if it is true for just Sufis, that line is confusing. If it's just for Sufi, it is true. If it is for Chisti, then it is not true. So, because Sufi word is used, therefore it is generic. Breslin, see, Apostle Thomas will. It's about started and spread are two different things. Became quite common only after. In that case, we have a very strong. We have a community of Christians even before the Europeans are here, but European spread is proper. Meaning that under the Europeans, for example, Portuguese would be the first ones to allow proper Christianity to develop in India. But as I said, what do you mean by start and what do you mean by first? That is how you define it. So presence is before it also, but proper development would be under only the after the advent of Europeans. We wait 1 more minute maximum. Have to cover today. We have to cover cave. And then move to temple architecture. One of the most important topics, temple architecture. Here we have to cover 3. Nagara, Dravida, Vesar. All the answers which you have, what's up, I can. Stupa have an important piece of art which helps us in understanding our culture. In that conclusion, Stupa 1, you can simply talk about how stupas evolved over a period of time in different areas of the world. So it has been an important expression of Buddhism in that sense. Anjali, you can remember them if you want to, because if you remember by relic and all, doesn't matter. 9 stupas are mentioned, you can remember them. That's not an issue. Yes, Breslin. Okay. So yesterday was about understanding Mauryan, post-Mauryan, and IBC. So we discussed Indus Valley Civilization. We discussed Mauryan pillars. Along with Mauryan pillars, we also understood the concept of stupa. And then we also discussed the cave architecture, specific initial period of what we call as Chaitya Vihara. And what is the Chaitya, what is a Vihara, and the concept of Ajivik, Barabar, and Nagarjuni hill complex. The first proper expression of cave architecture in the form of donative caves, which is given to somebody, that is Barabar and what is called as Barabar and Nagarjuni hill complex ones, which have been given to Ajiviks. That is the first major expression given by Ashoka and Dashrath. The fact is, this part had small areas. We have to cover this area, which is basically based on a Venn diagram based understanding. and then the biggest chunk for us is going to be architecture temple. And I would like you to keep pen and paper handy because you have to make a lot of things today, at least 2 to 3, 4 images you have to make. So you have to please keep one pen and paper handy whilst you have joined in and you are joining in that regard. Now, yesterday we already covered this aspect related to Loma Shishi and other aspects of Chaityas and Viharas. What is the difference between? We discussed the 3 types of Chaityas which can be there and a Vihara complex in that regard. But when we talk about proper caves as a form of architecture, now please understand this point that first cave architecture example is Barabar and Nagarjuni. But first Buddhist caves are at a place called Ajanta. In the history of Indian civilization, Ajanta and Ellora, but specifically Ajanta, represents a very important moment vis-a-vis how India's architecture was developing. So Ajanta Ellora, both in the Maharashtra sector, it is a architectural marvel in itself because it is in the gorge of the river Voghera. The river which goes like this, and basically it has cut the mountain vertically. That is what is a gorge. So the Voghera river has been cutting the terrain, and by doing that, there's a vertical wall of basaltic rocks which were exposed, and that in turn led to these areas which have a very rare combination of soft but hard stone. Allowed, if you remember, a person called Harisena of the Vakatakas to commission a Hindu himself or a Vedic Brahmanistic ruler to commission the first Buddhist caves in India. Now, Ajanta is considered a marvel in itself because of the fact that the way it has been carved and it has been created is a architectural expression and marvel till today. That how were they able to create 29 different 29 29, but we only call till 28 because one is considered to be incomplete, but total 29 different caves were created in this gorge of the river Voghera. And the biggest point is that each of these complexes, which is either a Chaitya or a Vihara, stand today as they were close to 1500 years ago. So Ajanta is considered an architectural marvel today. It is the Buddhist cave, 29 Buddhist caves. It has both Chaitya and Vihara, but more Viharas than Chaityas because you need less prayer halls, 4 of them, and we have 25 Viharas, which is where the monks could stay in that regard. You don't have to learn the cave numbers right now, but it is believed that the later series 10, 9, 12, 13 cave number are early phase, which is basically 3rd century CE, Harisena Vakataka. And later there have been certain which have been added after the Satavahanas, and therefore Satavahanas and the Vakatakas, Deccan rulers, are the ones who have been considered to be the architects. And ironically, both Vakataka and Satavahanas are actually Brahmanical dynasties, but they have created the architectural marvel called Ajanta, which is a Buddhist site. 29 caves out of that 29, I can divide it in a different way also. 24 are Mahayanic, 4 are Hinayanic, and 1 is generic Buddhism. A Buddhist, meaning it is before this major division, or there is no designated space given to, as it is an incomplete section. It is not designated as either Hinayanic or Mahayanic. Now, we will come back to Ajanta later because we have to cover Bodhisattva Padampani, we have to discuss Manjushri, and we have to discuss Vajrapani and the other paintings which are there in this sector. As of right now, I am only concerned about two things because I am doing architecture. I am only concerned about Ajanta, its religion, and its location. Because what happens is in the examination, you can get a match the following question. And that can easily come from this area vis-a-vis or statement based question, which can be undercut by knowing what is the religion of these caves. So for example, Ajanta represents a cave which is purely Buddhist and an architectural marvel in the Voghera sector and in Maharashtra. So I will come back to Ajanta 3 times with different issues. Once I will come vis-a-vis the concept of as I'm doing architecture, then I'll come for painting, then I'll come for sculpture. So I will be revisiting Ajanta 3 times, but with different agendas. So what I need to do with this information is very simple. I have to create a very simple Venn diagram here. Now please pay attention. This is what really matters to you. I will create a Venn diagram here. Yes. 1 second. I need one of them very big intersection point. Now I'll just write now, for example, I make an entry here. Ajanta. 29 caves, all Buddhist. Can you remember this much? That's it. Chaitya is shrine, Vihara is where the monks stay. You can remember this much? Now you see how we construct this Venn diagram generally. Right? Okay. Okay. Now, from Ajanta, we go to Ellora. And Ellora is an example of religious syncretism where Jain, Buddhist, and Brahmanical, all three caves have been found with a temple. So, in the Aurangabad sector, 32 structures are there, Buddhist, Brahmanical, and Jain. All three religions have been found in Ellora, from the Kailasnath temple dedicated to Lord Shiva, to Jain, to Buddhist viharas. This place is a place where it shows how tolerant Indian culture was and could be. Because from Buddhism to Brahmanism, to Buddhism versus Jainism, we have multiple caves with multiple images related to different people, but they are in themselves representing a beautiful expression of tolerance. If somebody asks you what is the best expression of Indian syncretism or of Indian culture, the answer has to be Ellora. Because Ellora 32 caves are such that they sit between all three religions. Ellora in that sense is a confluence, and again, as I said, I will come back to Ellora when I will discuss the paintings there. So right now I have to just establish to you a prelims oriented understanding. What is the religion? What is the area? And where does it intersect? After Ellora, we go to the gateway of India, and very close to it, it is called the Konkan island of Gorapuri, which is the only Brahmanical, pure Brahmanical caves, or what we call as Elephanta. Elephanta, if you ever get a chance, is again a heaven made just off the coast of Mumbai, and it is known for, made by the Rajputas itself. It is known for what is called as the Mahesh Murti. In the mountains of this small island itself, we have the three-faced Lord Shiva, which is quite rare. Mahesh Murti, which is three-faced Lord Shiva, is actually a very rare image which we find. You will find Lord Shiva in different avatars, but in Mahesh Murti, he is in a totally different avatar, which mostly you will not find in any other architectural expression. Elephanta, in that sense, is one of the most interesting ways in which the whole sector could develop and did develop. So Elephanta goes under Hinduism straight. And is known for Mahesh Murti. And imagine this is not a painting, it's a carving into the stone itself, which would be very, very big that way. Very, very big that way. Thereafter, we go to Udayagiri and Karle. Karle is a Buddhist cave, and it is famous for what is called as the vaulted roof. The vaulted roof, which is called the gun barrel roof, this is an example of again the level of architectural marvel which these people were working with, which is cave number 8 is the vaulted roof complex. Now imagine the level of ingenuity to carve each of these pillars and to have a roof which is vaulted, ribbed, which again in itself is a new or totally new understanding vis-a-vis how they were making their chaityas. Now, chaityas, they had become so bored of looking at plain ceilings that they were now creating very beautiful vaulted ceilings in that regard. Without any machine, without any excavation tools, only by hand they did it. It is all hand carved in that sense. So, Buddhist, Karle, then you have Udayagiri Khanderi, which is a pure Jain Vihara complex. 35 caves are there. Karla is not Hinayanic. It has 3 to 4 caves. This one, the vaulted roof one, is the Hinayanic one where you only have the stupa, not any other things, but it has Hinayanic and Mahayanic both. Now, in Udayagiri Khanderi, 35 caves, most of them are man-made, but some natural caves are also there. But this is known for what is called as the Hathi Gufa and the Rani Gufa caves. And what is most interesting is that the Rani Gufa cave is a two-story cave, which is basically within the cave itself, there have two different stories. And Karavela was one of the most celebrated Jain kings of Odisha. And that is why this cave complex in itself is also considered very, very interesting. So we add to our list Udayagiri Khanderi caves and Karle, known for vaulted roof. Then We move one step forward and have expression of 3, which is called the Pitholkara, Junar, and Nasik. Now, 14 caves in the Western Ghats. Pitholkara, not very special that ways, but Junar and Nasik are quite interesting. Junar is the first combination we find. We find Buddhist and Hindu cave both. Largest cave complex, but we have now found another very interesting combination, which is Buddhist plus Hindu. And the Nasik cave, which are also called Pandavleni caves, which came in the examination also, they are only viharas and they're purely Hinayanic caves. So what we do again is Pithalkora, and we have one new intersection, Junar and Pandavleni or Nasik. Hinayani. And we then have an expression of the other combination, which is called the Badami caves. Badami caves is Hinduism plus Jainism. 3 caves for Hinduism, 1 cave for Jainism, known for the Nataraja sculpture and Lord Vishnu cave, but also called the Jain cave, in which we have different scenes related to Jain, what we call as Tirthankars, and Bahubali, Parsavnath, and Mahavir. All 3 are represented in it. All 3 are represented in it. So we have 3 caves which deal with Hinduism, but 1 cave which deals with Jainism. So, built during the Chalukyan period, we complete our Venn diagram by adding Badami here. As soon as you make this, you have now created your repository for covering this section. Total number of caves would be what, 4, 4, 8, 9 total. But in the examination, what they can play with is this basic concept. What combination of religion are they, and what is their basic religion? By Maharashtra, because Maharashtra Deccan area, the Vindhya Satpura range and the Western Ghats were carvable enough, because natural caves were also there and artificial caves were able to be developed easily. So Ajanta, Karle, Pithorakala and Pandavleni are pure Buddhist caves. Ellora is intersection of Jain plus Buddhist plus Brahmanical, and Junar is Brahmanical and Buddhism, and Badami is Jain and Hinduism. Now, in the examination, you can see there is one major exception here. One major exception is that if there is any question in which they give you a combination that these caves are known as the Jain and Buddhist caves. There's no combination in which Jain and Buddhists are together, which is in itself a very interesting thing, which is that though there is syncretism, we can have something like Ellora exist, but the two don't exist together. You can have Hinduism with both, but not with the two rival religions which came up together. So I hope you understand what is the purpose of this discussion, what is the idea behind this discussion, and I will revisit Ajanta and Ellora along with Karle, along with another set of caves which are called the Sita Vansal caves, the Bagh caves. I will revisit them vis-a-vis paintings. So location, Ajanta, Ellora, both Maharashtra sector. Karle also the same sector. Pitholkara, again Western Ghat sector, Maharashtra. Then again Bandhavleni, same area. Uderi Ghanderi is a different mountain in itself, Odisha. Badami, Chalukya, again that same area of the Maharashtra Karnataka border. Junar again would be basically Maharashtra, and Elephanta is Maharashtra. The fact is that it's in the same chain because the mountain range there is more or less the same. And more than that, it is the Vakatakas and the Satavahanas who are very active in doing this across this sector. Can I move to temple architecture whilst closing this topic? And are we clear about what we have to do with this information? You would have gone through this section in Nitin Singhania, and most of the students don't know what to do with this information. I've tried to tell you that what really matters to us right now is this first combination, which is what is the religion. I will revisit them, but with a different issue later by next week. Can I move to temple architecture? Are we clear about cave architecture? Before I do that, what we have done till this point is a very interesting set of topics. We've discussed Indus Valley, we've discussed caves, we've discussed Mauryan pillars, we've also discussed the concept of caves, Mauryan pillars, Indus Valley civilization, stupa. Now we have basically covered from IVC to Mauryan to post-Mauryan. Other caves, Shreyansh, by the end of it, you will have the whole set of caves. Some caves are known for painting, some caves are known for sculpture and architecture. Architecture set is done. Once we have completed the whole set from paintings, where murals have been discussed, then you will have all caves together. Now we go into Gupta. And the Gupta period is a period of temple architecture. Can I start temple architecture? This is the longest discussion we have today. All have been made by cutting rocks. Nothing is installed from outside, no. Either they have been naturally formed and they carved it further, or they were fully carved in that regard with new things. This is temple architecture. Standard mains and prelims questions can come. Very favorite topic of UPSC. Everybody has to be now awake. Can we start? Okay. Now we start with a magic trick. Ornamentation, it has ornamentation. Yes, Ilma. I'll show you those ornamentations when I'll discuss paintings with you. So we are going to now perform a magic trick. And that magic trick is related to mind reading. Right? So now I enter temple architecture. And the trick is called I will guess what you will make. What I want from you is that without doing anything related to temple architecture, I want you to make a temple. You have a pen and paper in front of you. You have to make a temple. And then I will perform the death-defying trick of guessing what you have made on that paper. Perfect, Vejshri. Nothing better. Once done, please tell me. Make a temple for me. Everybody has to. It's not a voluntary act. Compulsory act. Very good. Done, sir. Done, sir. Okay. Done. Very good. So you have all made a temple out of your memory. Temple building is very specific to Puranic Hinduism, and that is why Gupta period onwards we see most amount of temple building. And we have to discuss basically three major topics. What is a generic temple? What is Nagara, Dravida, and Vesara? Now, going by the fact that you have written done, I will make 3 images on the slide. And these 3 images should predict 90 to 99% of your images which you've made on that paper. Either you would have made something like this, Or you would have made something like this. Or you would have been artistic and tried to do something like this. A, B, and C. You more or less are going to fall in these three categories. So if it doesn't match, then I don't know what you've made, which is the more dangerous thing. But the fact is, between A, B, and C, more or less everybody falls into the category of these three images. You would have not written flag, sure, you would have made a flag and then tried to also make an om, or for make an swastika, something like that, you would have made like that. Whatever it may be, the fact of the matter is you will try to do something like this only, because I can tell you one thing very clearly. You already have a conception of a temple in your mind, and that is based on popular imagination. I'll tell you how. So see, if you are beyond it or under it, that's a separate issue altogether. You fall under this. I told you I will tell you which card you have, and I've showed you which card you have. So you fall under these categories only. 19. The people who will not fall under these three have made something totally different only. So then I will be more intrigued to see those images which don't match these three, because then there's something totally different. Now, basically, the most of you said A. Most of you said A. So you have made basically a front-on image of a temple. Now, see, when it comes to temple architecture, there are three things to be noted. First thing is that temples are around you. Temples are around you. If you made a Gopuram and that, then you basically made a South Indian temple. It's a good thing. But this is a conception of a North Indian temple. Now, what I'm trying to say is very simply, temples are around you. So you every day pick up certain information, invariably not knowing or knowing what that temple is or what that style of temple is. First thing. Second thing is, in our popular imagination also, we have a lot of references to temples. For example, from a movie in which a person is moving from left to right, a hero is moving from left to right in a temple and going towards the god, that iconic scene of Amitabh Bachchan. That scene is only possible in a very specific type of temple, which is a Nagara style, and what he's doing is he's moving within the one mandap. And you don't know it, but you picked up that information from there. And in your subconscious, you have that scene in. If you have not seen that movie, then you will have for sure seen a soap opera in which, for example, the movie, in the climax or in the middle of the movie, when everything is going fine, and now the hero's mother wants to go to the temple, something will happen, which is either she'll die or she'll get paralyzed. And that happens because the villain or some goons of the villain is going to give a small tap over the very long stairs of the temple, and she will roll down that temple and go into the street and be hit by a car. Now, basically, that is also possible only in a certain type of temple. And ironically, if that mother had gone to a Dravida style temple, she would have never got hit by a car. The problem was that she was in a Nagara style temple, and because Nagara style temples don't have an entry gate and have very long, what we call as very high platform, that is why she fell down the whole stairs, and in a way created a certain scene. Basically, what I mean to say is that there is a certain conception of temples in your mind. Now, what I want from you this time is that now when I will teach you these parts, you have to apply them in your day-to-day life. because that ways everyday form of day-to-day revision can be done if you just start to notice things. You will for sure come across a temple on a day-to-day basis, or at least weekly or a monthly basis. You may have gone to a certain temple as a child, you have no idea where you went, or you have no idea what style it is. If you have images for that, analyze them now again. What I mean to say is temple architecture is more closer than what you think, which is that it is around you, it is in your conception, it is in popular imagination. So the reason why I was able to predict what you had made was because those images in a way impact your own understanding. So if we understand this is called application of knowledge. If you understand what you have to do with this knowledge, can we start and understand what are the basic components, or what component makes a temple? Yes? Okay. Now, it is the Gupta period, remember, from 300 CE onwards that we see proper temple building develop. But we have two types of temples which were there. One are called rock cut temples, and the other word is called structural temples. Whenever you see structural, it means brick temples. Rock cut means made out of rocks, monoliths. I will come back to this list because I have to rather put them in a evolutionary sense. But just to tell you that rock cut temples were the first to come up, obviously, and then you have early brick temples which will start to rise by mid Gupta period. Now, what I'm discussing with you is a generic features of temples, not north, not south. I'm just discussing generic features of a temple. It's not Nagara, Dravida, or Vesara. I have to first tell you generic features, then I have to go into the second, which is the evolution of these features, and then we will go into the Nagara, Dravida, Vesara. Please understand, this is a generic temple. If you find these following things, you will most probably be in a temple. Now, the first thing which you will always find in a generic temple is called the Garbhagriha. It's called the Garbhagriha. Then you will find something called the Shikhar, which is topped by a structure like this. It's called an Amlaka. And the Amlaka will be topped by a certain structure like this, which is called a Kalsha. Now, I will give you the 2D image also. This is a 3D image. This is the main part of the temple. Thereafter, this is called Garbhagriha Sanctum Sanctorum. And this is called Shikhara, curvilinear tower. This is called Amlaka, and this is called Kalash. If I zoom into this part of the temple, basically it's a circular disc like object in which it has certain ornamentation around it, and there's a structure like this which is kept on it. Kalash, as it is, we already know, is used for auspicious purposes. This is your Amlaka. This is the Amlaka and this is the Kalsha. Now, what is even more interesting is that mostly you would have this temple on a raised platform, but the next most important component is called the mandap, is called the mandapa. Now, basically, this also you have seen in your life for sure, but you may not have an idea about what it was. You would have seen these structures. This is called a mandapa. This is called a mandap, and the mandap basically is where people sit. Every movie tries to do something in the mandap area, which is just in front of the god itself. But there is a entrance to this temple which is called Ardha Mandap. Ardha Mandap means initial, which is this is basically the area which is initial area, which is the area in which through which you enter into the temple. And these are the stairs through which you go into the temple. So the movement is towards this main sanctum sanctorum, the Garbhagriha, and the Ardha Mandap together form one whole structure. Then you have Garbhagriha, then you have Shikhar, then you have Amlaka, then you have Kalash. To give you a 2D rendering of this, to give you a very simple 2D rendering of this, 2D rendering is very, very easy. Is very easy to make. You just have to make one big rectangle, divide it into two parts, then make a shikhar, then amlaka, and then a kalsha. Thereafter, make a triangle here, and this would be a side profile of this area. This would be shikhara, this would be a garbhagriha, this would be amlaka, this would be kalsha, this would be mandapa, and this could be ardha mandap. But as you can see, a raised platform is also something which is very, very important, which mostly makes a temple. And this is basically the raised platform. So it gives height to the temple. But it's very specific to North. Unfortunately, on generic types of temples, whatever we do are North Indian rendering. But basically, this is what a temple structure should have. If it has these 7 features together, it becomes it becomes a temple. It becomes a temple, and the deity will be here. The deity will be here, and this is why it's called the sanctum sanctorum, because it is where the garbhagriha, where the god stays. Why is it elevated? To give it a little bit of height. I'll tell you the reason when I will teach you Nagara Dravida, because Nagara style temples don't have boundary walls or don't have any gate and all, so they always wanted to give it height. So the raised platform, no, it's not because of floods, obviously not because of floods. It is because of the fact that you want to give grandeur. You create a big temple, high temple, so it looks big if you raise it on a platform in that regard. So 7 components together make a generic temple. 7 components together make a generic temple, wherein you have the Ardha Mandap, which is the entry into the temple, Mandapa, which is the pillared congregation hall, Garbhagriha, which is the where the god stays, the curvilinear shikhar, which tries to now give height to the temple, Amlaka and Kalsha, which basically are to top the what we call as shikhar, to give it again height. So, firstly, flag concept is very new. It was always Kalash. It is always Kalash. So, if I show you an image, for example, these are together considered the 6 components which are essential to make a temple. You have the Ardha Mandap, which is where you enter. Once you enter, this is the area which you have to wait to go towards the Mandap. Mandap is the congregation hall. Here everybody sits. And the Garbhagriha is where the god is. It could have a hollow or a solid shikhar topped by an amlaka and a kalsha. So Ardha Mandap basically is the first half of the mandap. That's what Ardha. Ardha means half. Ardha Mandap, Mandapa, Shikhar, Amlaka, Kalsha, Garbhagriha. Sanctum Sanctorum, where the god is, Mandap, entrance of the portico area, which is basically the open congregation hall where a large number of worshippers can be there. Shikhara, which is the curvilinear tower over it. And Vahan is also placed. A lot of times the Vahan of God is placed here. For example, Nandi and all, because this is the which is the mythological or the uh, vehicle vehicle of the god itself. So you have for example Garuda, for example Nandi, that way. Ardha Mandap is always there. Yes. Ardha Mandap, first part of the Mandap is Ardha Mandap. That is a given concept. Basically, Ardha Mandap and Mandap are attached to together. Initial part of a Mandap is called Ardha Mandap. What to draw in the examination? I'm coming to that. What to draw in the examination? Obviously, don't have time to do this because that will take too much time. So, very simply, please understand this. Ardha Mandap is not an entry gate. It's the gate to the Mandap. So it's the initial area. It's the initial area. Please understand this point. Ardha Mandap and Mandap are attached to each other. So you have the Mandap, for example, like this, which is a pillared hall, which is there. If there's a pillared hall like this, Ardha Mandap would just be the initial part of it. That's it. That is what is Ardha Mandap, not specifically an entry gate. It's just the initial part of the mandap. That's called Ardha Mandap. Are we clear about this? Because then I'll tell you what to make in the examination. If they ask you what are the generic features of a temple, you will make the following and then mark it. Starting of mandap is Ardha Mandap. Yes. So, are we clear about the basic components? Does anybody have any issue here? No issue. Okay. So in the exam, you make what I made in 2D. Done. Now everybody has to make this. Very simple. I'll again draw it without the marking. One square, rectangle, square, triangle, disc, one dot, triangle. That's it. Ardh, mandap, garbhagriha, shikhar, amlak, kalash, raised platform. Everybody makes it and tells me. I'm showing it to you. You make it now. Come on. Is there any terminology for the raised platform? Yes, Ilma, later. Later, in Nagara, it is called Pitha, but not right now. It's a generic temple. Shikhar could be monolithic. Monolithic, very rare. Shikhar could be hollow or solid. That's totally on that. No need to give dome-like structure. No, no, no. Don't try to do too much to become too complicated. You keep your things simple as possible because time is of essence here. Many temples have dome initially and then shikhar. I know that. But do you have the capability of making that dome? That is what I question. But because what you will do is that you will do a blunder here. What you will do, I'll know what you will do. You will do something like this. You will make a dome like this. And you will do it like this. Yes. Now, this is not how domes are made. You've made a Delhi Sultanate dome over a temple. So, first, when you use the word dome itself, you are using it incorrectly. And if you are going to put what you see actually in these temples is not this. You see something like this. The mandap would have pyramidal structures like this. Something like this. It's not a dome. And then you would have something like this. This is what you see. But the problem is you can't make it like this. I don't know how good you are. So the problem is that if you can't make it like this, then the simplest is to keep away from that dome. Because when what you will do is that you'll mix up things together. This is basically what. This is not. This is called a shikhar only. This is called. I will tell you. It's called clusterization of shikhar. What you are doing is you are going too forward. You're going forward. I know the temples don't look like what I've made here, obviously. But I don't have to be Michelangelo to clear this examination. I just have to make this and mark the basic components. It does the job because you can't make something like this or make something like this in the examination. Because if you will do it, it will take too much time. And this is not possible in the examination. That is why I'm telling you, don't. So my basic request is going to be stay away. Can I now move to the evolution? I have done with you generic features. Anybody has any issue in this discussion? Because these components will evolve over a period of time. Any issue here? No. Now, the question which can come from this area is discuss the basic features of a temple. So then we say basic features, it means generic features of a temple. So to just make this diagram, mark everything and write what is the meaning of it. That's it. Now, we did not develop temples straight away like this. Rather, we have what we call as 5 stages of development of temple features between Gupta and late Gupta period. Basically, between Gupta and post Gupta, these features are developing. Now, these 5 stages, every feature gets added in one stage. Every feature gets added in one stage. So we'll discuss these features now. This is the first slide. You have to go here. Now let's discuss this. This is second slide. Yes. Stage 1. I'll give you a table and you will be able to summarize everything. First, understand. The first thing which develops is a square garbhagriha and a very, 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 very shallow mandap. So what is missing is that, what are the basic components which are missing? The shikhar is missing, raised platform is missing. So in first stage, we only get 2 things. A square garbhagriha and shallow mandapa. As I told you, mandap would automatically indicate ardha mandap. So ardha mandap is not going to be different. Shallow mandap, no raised platform, and no shikhar. Over a period of time, stage 1 gives rise to, I will give you examples of this, everything is in the PPT. First, understand the stages of development. Stage 2, we see the first major feature developing other than the basic. Shallow means not very long, very, very small. Shallow means small. Now what we see is that there is now a new feature which has developed. What feature has developed by looking at the image? Very good. Raised platform has developed. Garbhagriha is still here. Square. And you have the mandapa. But still no shikhar. No shikhara. So you can see temple roof is flat, square shape, portico which is mandap is very shallow pillars and shallow itself. So there is no shikhar, very shallow. Temple number 17 at Sachi is an example of this. Then you get raised platform, but still no shikhar, and we have the same standard features from before. The only differentiation is this. And you have the Parvati temple at Nachna Kurthana or Kurthara in MP telling us this. Now comes the most significant stage. Which is stage 3. Because in stage 3, three very important concepts will develop. We will have a raised platform that is already there. We will have the Garbhagriha and we will have the Shikhar also developing. The Shikhar will come. The raised platform is there. We also have the portico, which is the mandap. But the most interesting feature is going to be that subsidiary shrines will also develop. This is called subsidiary shrines or Panchayatan style. This is the first edition, this is the second edition. Now, basically, what is Panchayatan? Because students think, matlab panch matlab so chota coke, that panch means 5. So when 5 gods are there, it becomes Panchayatan. No. If you today go to a temple, you will see that there will be one main god, but there will be multiple subsidiary gods also. For example, if you go to a Shiva temple, you will have Lord Shiva in the middle. If I go with the floor plan of that type of temple, you will have the main god Lord Shiva here. Then in each corner, you will have one god over and above that. Wherein you will have, for example, Ganesha, Kartikeya, Parvati, or Nandi and Parvati. Basically, in the same temple nowadays, you have multiple gods. When you have one main temple plus subsidiary temples, it could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, etc. All are called Panchayatan. Panchayatan is an architectural feature in which the temple complex does not have one god but multiple gods. There is 2 ways in which this can be done. I will tell you. One is that the shrine could be in the corners in every direction. But there's also one way in which the main god is here and the shrines are attached to it like this. You'd have seen that also. That on each corner of the shrine, you have one subsidiary deity. Panchayatan, please remember, has nothing to do with 5, but is the concept of one god and subsidiary god shrines, meaning multiple garbhgrihas is basically Panchayatan. Is this making sense to you? What is Panchayatan? Panchayatan is there in Nagara style also, Dravida style also. Every style you will find Panchayatan. Panchayatan is a third stage development wherein the god has subsidiary gods. Can anybody tell me why would that be happening? Why would that be happening? Why Panchayatan was needed? Why Panchayatan is needed? First is, as you said, assimilation of gods, but more than that, the avatars are becoming more and more elaborate. For example, with Lord Vishnu, we are having other gods also coming through, and therefore everything becomes more and more elaborate. So now things are getting connected to each other, and wherein Lord Shiva, Lord Vishnu, the Ram Bhakti, you have Lord Rama, so you will have Lord Harumana, you will then have the whole Ram Darbar, so whole thing gets connected to each other. Anshu, I have not seen one of your doubts posted here. I have not seen any of your doubts till this point. So, sir, all the lords are in one single temple. See, understand this point. Nowadays, there's one more thing which happens. In the same Garbhagriha, you could have multiple gods. But until and unless you don't have multiple Garbhagrihyas, you don't call it Panchayatan. So basically, Puranic Hinduism is now coming into its own. It's pushing now more and more gods, and with the different concepts coming through, now multiple gods are there in the same structure itself. Each Panchayatan may have its own mandap. That is totally on the architectural feature. Mostly they don't, but it is not a hard and fast rule. Sanctum Sanctorum means Garbhagriha. Sanctum means where you have the god. Sanctum is like a vault. Are we clear about stage 3, the most significant? Panchayatan and Shikhar. Are we clear about it? If you, Shelly, what is the issue? As I said, either the Garbhagriha can have multiple gods, but then there is only one Garbhagriha. That is not Panchayatan. Only when you have multiple Panchayatan, multiple Garbhagrihyas, then only it is called Panchayatan. So, Panchayatan, as I told you, subsidiary shrines, multiple Garbhagriha. Multiple Garbhagriha. Are we clear? What is the corner used for? Corner? Yeah, you are going into trivial points. Maybe there are shrines here also. You can have any configuration. Then what's called multiple Garbhagriha? Panchayatan. Are we clear? Stage 3. We have discussed stage 1, then stage 2, and then stage 3. Please have to be more vocal. Stage 4 and 5 are left, but if you understand stage 3, you understand everything. Why you have made multiple small signs on the same platform in the picture? So as to show you subsidiary shrines. That is what is Panchayatan. In stage 1, no Shikhar, no raised platform. Here we get the raised platform. I'll give you a table, don't worry about that. And then stage 3 is Panchayatan and Shikhar. Now, stage 4 and 5 is just show off phase. In stage 4, the raised platform remains. But now for the first time we see rectangular garbhagriha. Rectangular garbhagriha. Many gods, one temple, but with multiple rooms, if you want to say it like that. Raised platform means yes, you have to go through stairs and go up. Panchayatan is it to Panchtantra Agama? No, I don't know, Satya Prakash Prasad. What are you saying? Panchayatan is Panchayatan. It has nothing to do with what you're saying. But randomly pushing facts is not going to make sense. Rectangular Garbhagriha, all other features are there. Earlier it was square Garbhagriha. Till this point, it is always a square Garbhagriha. Square, square, square. It's not as complicated as you're making it. It was square. You don't pay attention to what I say. This is the problem. You're not paying attention. For a very specific reason, I'm writing square. And that is why it becomes rectangular. Then, stage 5, we have for the first time circular Garbhagriha. Same features. All other same features. So raised platform, portico, this emergence of Shikhar, Panchayatan style, 4 subsidiary shrines with the main shrine, the Shavtar temple at Deoghar, Durga temple at Ayol. Then you have nothing but previous all designs, rectangular Garbhagriha. You have an example of Ter temple at Sholapur, and in Maniyarmat in Rajgir, we have the circular temples for the first time. Amlaka Kalash is something which is again implied. No specific period we see Amlaka and Kalsha come through. That's an aesthetic choice which is taken in between. It's not a very specific period based concept. So now please understand this point. I have shown you 5 stages of development of temple building, and each stage has its own quirk. Now you understand this. See, you understand very simply this. One second. Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you have Garbhagriha, Mandapa, Shikhara, Panchayatan, raised platform. Now, square, 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 rectangular, circular. That's it. That's it. First change here. Then first, second, that's the first change here. There's nothing more to this story. If you can remember this, you remember everything. Stage 1 is square, mandap, no shikhar, no panchayatan, no race platform. Stage 2 is square, mandap, no shikhar, no panchayatan, but race platform. Stage 3 square, and every feature will emerge automatically. Then only these two things change. That's it. Can you remember this basic slide? There's nothing here. 5 stages, not even difficult to understand if you go by like this. Remember, see, no, don't have to remember the examples because they will not ask you a question to discuss examples. They'll ask you discuss the evolution of temple structures over a different period of time. So write 5 stages and what are the basic features. Don't even have to make the images. Just have to summarize this in words. So very simply, Kishan, that is not possible. The fact of the matter is we started with understanding the basic components. I'm trying to do that. If your question makes sense, if not, you have to watch the recorded video. We have discussed the basic components of a temple, which is basically the concept of Ardhamandap, Mandap, Garbhagriha, Amlaka, Shikhara, and Kalash. And we have now understood how these basic features develop. These features develop vis-a-vis in 5 stages. Every stage has a different change itself. So, very simply, every stage has its own importance and every stage has its own change. Right? Can we take a break and come back and start Nagara, Dravida, and Vesara? Ardhamandap, Amlaka, Kalasha are considered to be implied changes which will happen over a period of time. No specific thing. No specific thing. Okay. So we'll come back at, I'll leave you here only. We'll come back at what? 7:35. Then we can take the story forward. So we'll come back and start Nagara, please. Very important discussion. See you. Okay. We'll discuss that. Sarojas, we'll have to discuss it. Kopuram and all. Do we see Ardha Mandap today? Yes, we are there. It is still there. Okay. Now we've done a generic temple. We've done the evolution of those generic types. And in India, there existed 3 types of forms or styles, as they are called. In northern India, it is called Nagara. Central India, it is called Vesara. And in South India, it is called Dravida. It's called Dravida. So we will start with Nagara, but because Nagara is north, there is a lot of subtypes here. There are 6 different subdivisions, either based on region or based on type of shikhar, which we'll discuss. But first, let's discuss the basic features of a Nagara style temple. Nagara style temple characteristics. Fortunately, whatever you've learned till this point, in a way, is Nagara style temple only. The terminology will change. Other than that, only one term will be added. Other than that, everything remains the same. Wherein Nagara style temples have the following features. As always, you have the Garbhagriha. The Garbhagriha is topped by a curvilinear shikhar. Which is also topped with a kalasha. Thereafter, we have as standard a mandap, and the mandap has one more part to it, which is the entrance. And all of it is based on a raised platform, which is now called pitha. Pitha is the word which is what we add. Other than that, everything remains the same. Garbhagriha, shikhar, amlaka, kalsha, mandapa, ardha mandap. The only difference being from what you've learned till this point is the fact that it is a raised platform. And raised platform now has a terminology which is basically pitha. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 components together make Nagara basic components. Anybody has any issue in these 7 components? Pitha is the term for raised platform. That is it. You already know this. We already have been doing this for the past 1 hour, which is the basic components in that regard. Now, I want to add further other very important features of a Nagara style temple. Can we do that? Yes? Okay. Now, there is no boundary wall of the temple, and they're mostly what we call as freestanding. And no water tank or water reservoir, I will say water resource, within the temple structure. Can we make easily this diagram? I have already told you that the diagram remains the same. 2D diagram remains the same. So the only addition is this. Now, you will say that North Indian temples have boundary walls and places for parikrama, because that is a very new addition. Obviously, now if you will have a temple which does not have a boundary wall, we'll loot the temple only. So I am talking about temples which date back to Gupta, post-Gupta period, where they don't have boundary walls. They don't have boundary walls. Boundary walls, now every temple has a boundary wall. If it will not have a boundary wall, people will, as it is, start to take away material out of the temple itself. And that is why most of the old temples are within protected parks, or they have been enclosed by a boundary wall later, so that people don't destroy these temples and their structures. So are we clear about the first thing, which is these 9 points, which is 7 already are there? There will generically be in these old temples no concept of freestanding temple. No, Shreyansh, I don't know which type of parikrama you are understanding. Parikrama can still happen, because if parikrama happens around the sanctum sanctorum and the garbhagriha, not around the whole temple. I have never seen a person who will go around the whole temple for parikrama. Parikrama happens around the sanctum. So that can happen here also. So you are thinking, I will start from here, I will go around and then come back. That's not the way how parikramas happen. It's only the garbhagriha which you do parikrama of. But again, you are bringing in a very modern notion of parikrama based concept, but I will tell you that. The simple point is, I have seen some temples having boundary wall. And obviously you've seen an aeroplane also. But that means that in Gupta period, there was an aeroplane. Understand something. I am telling you a feature which would have existed in the Gupta post-Gupta period. Now what you are doing is you are bringing in your own notions here. नहीं मैंने तो देखा है. अरे obviously you've seen, because modern temples will obviously have a boundary wall. Are you getting my point? Simple point is, if you go to, and problem is you've not seen also anything. That is the biggest problem. If you go to a Gupta, post-Gupta period dating temple, it will not have a boundary wall beyond it. It will mostly be a freestanding temple with the following features written here. 7 already told to you, and thereafter the no boundary wall and no water resource as a given in this concept. Can I go and add 2-3 more sub categories and sub points? Okay. Now, 9 points related to structures. Thereafter, you have Panchayatan with clusterization of shikhars. Curvilinear and not curvilinear, wait, shikhar type I will tell you later. We move from Maurya to Gupta, and all 3 types of temple architecture under Gupta, post-Gupta. All temple building in India starts after Gupta period only. All temple building. Now, what do you mean by Panchayatan with clusterization of shikhar? See, in North Indian temples, what you will see is that mostly what happens is that if there is Panchayatan, they bring all the shikhars together. They bring all the shikhars together. This is called clusterization. You are bringing all the different from above. It will look something like this. Basically, you have clustered all the different sanctums along with it. This is called clusterization. Panchayatan with clusterization is a very specific thing in North India. And you have A, B, C, D, E, and F. This means that there are total 6 gods in this temple, but the main god is going to be under which shikhar? Main god under which shikhar? Very good. B. Main god is always under the tallest shikhar. So they will clusterize, and thereafter they will put the main Garbhagriha under the tallest shikhar itself. Thereafter, the imagery and figures in the temple will be of Ganga, Yamuna, etc. Welcoming figures are there. So in North Indian temples, one more peculiarity is there, that the sculpture, the imagery which you see are actually of very welcoming figures. For example, goddess Ganga, goddess Yamuna. The thematic, the thematic is very, very welcoming. It's a positive thematic, wherein they are trying to bring in more of this basic concept of welcoming nature to the temple. So, if we go by Nagara, this temple will basically have steps leading up to the temple, which is Pitha, which is the base itself. Earliest temples had one tower, later one will have several. No, not usually having elaborate boundary wall or gateways. Garbhagriha is always located under the tallest tower. Thereafter, outside the Garbhagriha, the images of river goddess Ganga and Yamuna are placed. Absence of what we call as assembly hall or presence of mandapas, Panchayatan style with clusterization, no water tank. Now, this is a very good example of a proper temple. So you can see that each of these features are at play here. You have the pitha here. There is one miscategorization in the labeling which you see. It's not called Jagati. Jagati is a Vesara word. It's called Pitha. Thereafter, you can see clusterization of Garbhagriha. This would be the tallest Garbhagriha. You have Kalash, Amlaka, Shikhar. Forget Urashikhar. Then you have Mandap, Ardha Mandap. Mahamandap you forget. And you forget this. You have all the basic features, and I'm telling you what is Antartal. Now, what is the side figure represent? This is Panchayatan. Panchayatan, one main shrine, subsidiary shrines. This is called Panchayatan. What is the significance of presence of water tank? I will tell you once I've taught you Dravida. Water tank will always be there in South India because water is a very important resource. Now, Antartal, which you see here, which is written, the wall between Mandap and the area between the Garbhagriha. The area which connects the Mandap to the Garbhagriha is called Antartala. Antartal is always this transition point. Clusterization of Sikhar is also there in Mandap. Mandap cluster, that is not a cluster, that is a stepped Mandap Shikhar. This is called cluster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Shikhars are there. Varying heights are there. So, rather than looking at this, which is more cluttery, 8 points here, I add one more here for you, which is this point. This point, which is where the mandap meets the Garbhagriha, it's called Antartala. This becomes our 12th, 13th point. Does anybody have any issue in any of things which have been written here? Clusterization second is there is I've already done it. That is not an issue. Third, there's any issue in this slide? Anybody? Antartal is a Nagara feature. Terminology is a Nagara feature. Are we clear? Anybody has any issue? Can I move to the next slide? Okay. This clusterization, Panchayatan, and images. Images are just that. River goddesses are personified as goddesses and placed along the whole mandapa and the Garbhagriha. There's always a welcome imagery in Nagara style. Nagara style basics I've done with you. 12 points to remember to be written in the examination. Can I now talk about sub-categorization of Nagara? Antartal is nothing but the point at which the mandap meets the Garbhagriha. There's a small area which is here you have mandap, here you have Garbhagriha. So it's called Antartal. Antartal means as it is transition. Where the Garbhagriha meets the mandap, it is called Antartal. Are we clear? 11th point, Antartal. I am telling you as I am saying that. Antartal, 11th point. 11th point is main god will always be under the biggest shikhar, and clusterization of shikhar is something which is there in North India quite a lot. And the imagery is welcoming figures, which is not something I'm saying in a different language. It's a very simple point. Imagery can be fierce and can be about fear, and here it is about welcoming. Panchayatan is not a specific feature to Nagara. It will there be in Dravid also, and also in Vesara. But Panchayatan with clusterization is a very specific thing in North India. Nagara style Garbhagriha can be anything. Circular. We are not going into the early development. Now they can make the Garbhagriha as they want. Circular, rectangular, that is not important. That was generic temples and the development of temple basic features. Nagara is the maturity of that in North India. Can we talk about subcategories of Nagara? This is not difficult. It's just that you have to remember the points. Nagara introduced by Gupta, sure. This and this. Okay. Now, does anybody have any issue? Say it right now. Who introduced Vesara Dravida? Wait. Patience. First understand Nagara, then I will tell you Dravida and Vesara. Nagara, oldest standard temple architecture, that is a wrong categorization. Shreyans, you're getting information from wrong places. There's no oldest concept. Oldest is the first stage temple. Temple number 17, Sanchi. Nagara is only North India. Yes. Good morning. Can we start sub-categorizing? Because I can only sub-categorize if you know the basic features. Now, Nagara style can be divided two ways. So one shikhar convert into multiple shikhar, Panchayatan remains the same. Panchayatan would mean multiple shrines, multiple shikhars means multiple shrines only. So they are interconnected to each other. Okay. Nagara can be divided into two types. One is called regional schools, and according to shikhar. Regional schools, you have three. Odisha, Khajuraho, Solanki. And here you have three. Famsana, Latina, and Valabi. Now, Latina is also called Rekha Prasada. Famsana, I'll write that also here. Rekha Prasada. Now, let's discuss this. Sir, I think Khajuraho and Solanki were some sites. Good thinking. Nagara according to Shikhar. Now please pay attention. Here, what I want from you is that you keep the device if you have it in your hand. If you have the device in your hand, I want you to keep it somewhere because I want your both hands. If you're on a laptop, sure. If you're on a PC, sure. If you have a phone, keep it somewhere. Because we have to do pranayam, yoga in the morning to understand something. Once done, please tell me. Hands free? Okay, done. Now, what I want from you is that you make your both hands parallel. When you make both of your hands parallel, you have to do the first pranayam. This. This is called Latina or Rekha Prasada, wherein a very important feature is your palms are parallel to each other. And because they're parallel to each other, it is quite tall. But you very quickly meet at the top. So there's a curvy linearity, which is now it is about perspective. It is either concave in shape or convex if you look from outside. So Latina is when the shikhar is very sharply meeting at the top and there is a curvy linearity. So Latina or Rekha Prasada is where the shikhar has very parallel walls, very high walls in the side, but they meet at the top very quickly. The slope is inward, and if you want to call it, it is a convex shape. It is a convex shape. And this is basically called Rekha Prasada or Latina. In this, mostly the catch is that the base will mostly be square. When you have a very squarish base, you have a very pointy tower. Now, this is Latina. This is Latina. Now again, hands free. We have to discuss Famsana. For Famsana, what you do is that you take your hand and you do like this, which is that you try to develop a inward curve in your outside hand, which is basically a concave shape. Now, with both hands like this, try to meet at the top. Now you see that the base becomes bigger and the tower becomes shorter. From this, we've gone to this. This is a Latina. This is a Famsana. This is a Famsana. Famsana basically has a more broader base and it meets at the top not very sharply but slowly and is more or less pyramidal, which I will make in front of you. So you have to remember Latina, Famsana, Latina, Famsana, Latina, Famsana, Latina, Famsana. You have to do it. Come on. One set of each. Latina and Famsana. Come on. Whilst I'm making it, you have to do it. Latina, Famsana. Come on. Now here the curve becomes outward. And you can see one more thing, that the base is much bigger than these two. Latina, Famsana, square, rectangular. This is the first two. Shikhar with square base, pointing inwards and outwards, that is totally your perspective. Famsana, this is Latina, this is Famsana. Roof composed of slabs, gently meeting at the top, single point. But if you read it, it will actually make no sense. It will actually make no sense because it does not curve inward. Instead, it has outward slope. That is a matter of perspective. Outwards, inwards is a matter of perspective, where you're looking from, inward or outward. So rather than this, think of it like this. Latina is mostly square, Famsana is mostly rectangular. So we have seen two types of shikhar. One inward sloping, one outward sloping. Are we clear about Latina and Famsana? I've given you wrongly driven as rectangular in diagram. What? Wake up. Again wake up. I'm telling you, this is Latina, this is Famsana. So either wake up or don't comment. I'm making arrows. Wrongly given. This is Famsana, this is Latina. Can I move forward? One more is left. Are we clear about this? Latina, Famsana. You will be able to read it in the exam as a statement, and you will be able to differentiate between the two. An inward sloping curve is a curvy linearity. Curvy linear, it's called a curvy linear. And this is called stepped shikhar. Okay. See, I'm not writing this for a very simple reason. Because Valabhi also is rectangular. But the problem is that you will start to become paranoid over this thing, hyperventilate over this, that, oh, it is not written in the PPT. That is why I'm writing it here. But there's a catch. Valabhi is the most unique of it, out of it. Valabhi. Can we discuss Valabhi? Yes? Okay. For Valabhi, the way you do it is that you take this and this, make it like this, and try to make it like this, which is a 3D rectangle. Valabhi is called a vaulted roof. See, if your roof is properly long, in which length is more than the breadth, you will get a Valabhi, wherein basically what happens is it is a vaulted roof. It is a vaulted roof. This Valabhi. Valabhi, third type, rectangular building with roof which is into vaulted chamber. This has been something which has been used previously also, but now becomes very common in the form of Valabhi. So you have three types: curvilinear, stepped, inward slope, outward slope, and the other one is basically chambers. This is called Latina, this is called Famsana, and this is called Valabhi. Three types of shikhars which exist. Is this making sense? Three types of shikhars according to which the Nagara style can be divided into. Valabhi temples don't have mandap. No, that's not given. That's not given. Mandap would be here, something like this. Are all stepped in Famsana category? No, it's about being broad base and being shorter. It may be stepped or not stepped, but if you will make up Famsana, it will always be stepped only. I'm not saying all, because what you will do is that you will go in the examination and say, Sir said all. You will say, Sir said all. I'm not saying all. There will always be variation, but this is the basic rule which is there. In a ideal situation, this is the way it should be. Vaulted chambers, if you are trying to have a properly rectangular base, but in here the rectangle is a little bit big, the length and breadth are matching with each other, but when you have a very long length and very short breadth, you get vaulted chambers. Remember it simply like this. In the examination, if you have any doubt, this is Latina, this is Famsana, this is Valabhi. That's it. Valabhi, try to make it like this, and you will see that your fingers are long, so the length becomes more, breadth is shorter. Makes sense? Can I go to now regional schools? Everybody has to say yes. Try to do it from the book, and then you will realize how confusingly it is in the NCERT or in Nitin Singhania, because they will not explain to you what they're trying to say. They just write inward sloping, outward sloping, this and that. Okay. Now that we've understood shikhars, we have to understand the regional schools. Now, very simply, Nagara, I have divided it into three: Famsana, Latina, and Valabhi. 1, 2, 3. But Nagara can also be divided according to regional variation. Regional schools. And remember, these regional schools can have any of these three roofs or shikhars. Valabhi picture you want to see. This is Valabhi picture. Okay. You have Odisha school, Khajuraho school, and Solanki school. Now, before you ask me what is a school, why are we calling them this and that, Nagara can have smaller variations. Though the basic features remain Nagara, there can be exceptions. And it is those exceptions which basically become, in a way of making a school. And a very simple example would be, think of it Nagara like ICSE or CBSE. The basic syllabus remains the same, but every school may have a humanities teacher is good, a science teacher is good, or a commerce teacher is good. So every school may have a different emphasis. The major basic features remain the same. So with every exception, we believe that there is a regional school which is developing. So there can be multiple combinations of Nagara. These three can go with these three and create multiple combinations. So Odisha school can have all three, Khajuraho school can have all three, Solanki school can have all three. So for the engineers in class, how much would be that? 3 raised to power 3. So we have 27 different combinations which can be there. 27 different combinations. 27 combinations in which you can have Odisha with Latina, Valabi, Vamsana. You can have Khajuraho with Latina, Valabi, Vamsana. And you can have Solanki with Latina, Valabi, Vamsana. There can be mixed and match. So you do. I hope you understand why am I saying that there are 27 combinations. They can meet. They can intersect. Okay. Now let's discuss Odisha. Now in Odisha school, two major things happen. The two major things would be Shikhar word. The term changes to Rekhadul. A new term comes in. And Mandapa term becomes Jagamohan. So first is that the vocabulary changes. Thereafter, one exception which is there is that boundary walls are common in Odisha school, which is not a Nagara feature, but is going to become a Odisha feature quite a lot. So when we talk about Odisha school, you have one example, Sun Temple Konark, and you have Lingaraja Temple. Can anybody tell me what is the type of shikhar on Lingaraja? Lingaraja is Latina, curvy, linear, and Sun Temple Konark is an example of Famsana. So you can see two different shikhars are already here. Now, exterior walls are very well decorated, while interior walls can be very, very plain. They mostly don't use a lot of pillars. Rather, what they use is iron girders. I hope that you've seen them in your house or in if you've ever been to a government hospital or to a post office, you would have seen something like this. There would be a angle like this in the middle of the room, and on both sides red colored stones will be there. Have you seen that? There would be an iron girder here. How railway tracks look. Have you seen that? Railway tracks have this type of shape, right? This is the shape of railway tracks. This is called an iron girder. This is called an iron girder. So when you have seen, there would be something called a garter patti bolte hain isko, garter patti houses. So these are called garters. Garters, girders. The girder is the word, but it's not a divider. It is basically a load-bearing thing. The stone is, one load is taken here, and the other load is here. So in order to see what you would have most probably in your house, or most houses are made with what is called lenter. Lenter is made where you would have a very clean, you would have a ceiling like this, clean, with that fan in your house. This is called a lenter because it is based on beam, and the load bearing is not on the middle. These are called old houses will have garter patti, which is there will be an iron girder in the middle, and red colored stones will be, mostly single story buildings will have this type of understanding. Government quarters, old buildings which were made like this only. Very old buildings are made like this only, which is you will have girders, and we have very big red sandstone which is there. And that is why you will see that they will have a hook here. From that hook you will have the fan. If you've not seen, think of a railway track. By putting these iron girders, what happens is need for pillar goes away. You don't need vertical pillars, because the load has been taken horizontally itself on the roof. And that is something which was common in Odisha school. Then you have the shikhar being called as Rekhadul, and the mandap being called as Jagmohan. So two words are changed in that regard. And mostly the ground plan of that whole place is going to be square, meaning that whole area itself will be a square plan. But most important, temple is surrounded by a boundary wall. It will mostly have a boundary wall around it, which is something which is not common in Nagara style. You have Sun Temple, Konark, and Lingaraja Temple at Bhubaneswar. So Odisha school has two exceptions. One is terminology, other is boundary wall. Anybody has any issue here? Any issue here? No? Now comes Khajuraho. Khajuraho school is a school only because of one reason. Best example of Nagara style. All features are there, but theme or thematic is based on eroticism, or what is based on the Kama Sutra of Vatasana. It's a text. So Khajuraho temple or Khajuraho school, you will see it has all the basic features of Nagara. You can see subsidiary shrines, Panchayatan. You can see what is called as Pitha. You can see Latina. You can see clusterization. You can also see Ardh Mandap. Every feature which you will see is here. So basically, Khajuraho, except for its thematic, made by the Chandela rulers of the central India sector, very lavish decoration in interior exterior both. It is the erotic theme which makes it different from Nagara and temple made of sandstone. Garbhagriha, Mandap, Ardhamandap, north facing. Temples are built on high platform. Their Hindu and Jain temples both have this feature. Panchayatan is also there. So the Kandheria Mahadevi temple and the Lakshmana temple Khajuraho, two examples of Khajuraho school, very good examples of Nagara school. If you really want to ever see a Nagara type school, Nagara features anywhere, it will always be in Khajuraho school for sure. This is the best example, best example, the most consistent with all things. Here the exception is only the theme. Now we go to the last, which is Solanki. Solanki. Solanki does a lot of exceptions. It has first boundary wall. It also has a entry gate to temple complex, which is called a Torana. Where have they taken this term from? Where have they taken the term from? Torana. Very good. The stupa terminology of an entry gate. Torana. And third is the biggest. Have step wells or Surya Kunds or water tank inside the temple complex. This is again something which is totally out of it. Shikhar was curvilinear. It was a Latina Shikhar. So Solanki, when we talk about Solanki, prevalent in Gujarat, Rajasthan, Chandela, the Chalukya and the Solanki rulers are known for it. You have the temple mostly are devoid of carving, but the ones which we know the most, which is Sun Temple Moderna, are actually the ones which is the most beautifully carved also. Garbhagriha is connected to the mandap externally, internally, meaning you can go to the Garbhagriha from the mandap also, but you can also enter from outside into the Garbhagriha straight. Gateways called torans. Surya Kunds or presence of what we call as water tank within the whole system itself. You also have black basaltic rock which is used, which is quite common. And they are mostly eastward facing because of the fact that they are sun temples. So the first light falls into the Garbhagriha itself. And they also have a boundary wall. The Moderna temple or the Modera temple, sun temple, was also in the news. We will discuss it when we'll discuss the current affairs. It is the only district or only village which is fully solar powered, and it is based on the idea of solar power itself. So Solanki school would be a one which breaks most of the notions. So you have now seen that in different ways, the Nagara style is quite dynamic, either in its shikhar or either in its regional variation. Every school has its quirks. You just have to remember what is written on this slide. This will help you answer any statement-based question or write any mains question in that. Right? What modern temples which are coming up, for example, this is an obsession. For example, new temples which are coming up. Ayodhya temple, for example, is a mixture of a lot of different styles. We are talking about Gupta, post-Gupta period, early temples developing in the early medieval period. So are we clear about this? Because then I give you a breather and we go to Dravida. Are we clear about Nagara now? Nagara style, all things done. Yes? Nagara style, all things done. Okay. Now, we come back at 8:40. I give you a proper breather and we will then take forward the story. So I leave you with this slide, and we will come back here, right? Devoid of carving means no carving. Okay, see you. Okay, welcome back. I don't know if you realize it or not, but we are covering that 95-page chapter from Nitin Singhania, and very systematically we'll cover it in such a way that I hope that this chapter does not look too dangerous, because it's a very, very, very long chapter. So we are now moving away from Nagara and going to South India. And when we talk about Dravida style has its origin in the Pallava school of architecture. Within Pallava school, there would be an evolution from Mahendra Varman one to Narsimha Varman Mamala, and then Narsimha Varman Rajsimha. Basically, each of them add or have shown a evolution. He is known for rock cut temples, first stage rock cut temples, which used to basically called mandap. Thereafter, Narasimhavan Mamala takes rock cut to highest point in the form of what are called the Pancharats of Mahabalipuram, and he is known for structural temples, which is basically brick temples, and it is he who starts the genesis of Dravida style in what is called as the shore temple, again at Mahabalipuram itself. So basically, this is the Mahendra Varman contribution. He used to make these temples inside very big rocks and used to call them mandap. This is a rock cut temple. So used to make it inside rocks, and Mahendra Varman is the one who basically makes very rudimentary rocks, rock based, what we call as temples, very rudimentary, stage 1. And this stage 1 will be taken to the highest point under what we call as Narsimha Varman 1 Mamala. These are called the Pancharat. Now, each of these is basically named after one of the characters of the Mahabharata, from Arjun Rath to Draupadi Rath to the different characters related to them. But what is the most important is that each of them was one rock, and they started to carve the temple out of that rock. But the problem was that the Pancharaths, Dharmraj Rath, Arjun Rath, Bhima Rath, Nakul Sadev Rath, and Draupadi Rath, the problem is that when they started to chisel it too much, which is when they started to carve it too much, they started to develop cracks. And it is here that the Pallavas realized that rock cut temple can go only till a point. That is why out of these 5, one and one more half is incomplete, because they started to realize that the structure is starting to show a certain type of what we call as cracking and certain type of structural issues. And that is why by stage 3, the first structural temple will be developed by Raj Simha, and he will make the Kailashnath temple and the Shore temple in Mahabalipuram and Kanchipuram. And by the time the Pallavas will decline, the Nandivarman group, which is the last group of the temples made by the Pallavas, Dravida style had got basically established properly, and now the Cholas and thereafter the South Indian regional dynasties, they will take the Dravida style forward and develop what today we call as Dravida. Now, before I discuss that, this is Shore temple for you. Before we discuss that, or before we go forward vis-a-vis Chola and Vesara, I want to discuss the basic features of the Dravida style. Can I do that? What are the basic features of Dravida style? I've showed you the evolution of it. It is from Mahendravarman to Narsimvarman to Narsimvarman Rajsimha. And I've told you where the origin is. Now I want to discuss the basic features. Dravida style, basic features. Can we discuss that? Are we all clear about the origin? The origin of Nagara style was based on the 5-stage development. Here it is based on the Dravida style. And it is based on the Pallava style. Okay, now. The basic features are very, very beautiful. See. Okay. Gopuram. Now here the terminology will change. The Shikhar is called the Vimana. Viman is the tower. And the top of it is called Shikhar. Shikhar means what in English? What is the meaning of Shikhar in English? Peak, summit. Shikhar, top of the tower. Mandapa, Ardha Mandapa, Garbha Griha. These things remain the same. So now this is basically a Dravida style temple for you. There are two major things which have been added. First is a proper entry gate, which is called a Gopuram. Now this is based on the concept that temples in South India in themselves were like small cities. So they had a water system or a water tank so that people could have fresh water access. They had proper workshops and a lot of different communities living within the temple complex itself. So they have the boundary walls. And in a way, the power of Dravida style temples or South Indian temples is very clear from its structure itself. Garbhagriha, Mandap, Ardha Mandap remains the same. And the fact that the hero's mother cannot be thrown onto the road in a movie, and that is why they don't use South Indian temples, is that because there's an entry gate and there's no raised platform, she can't be rolled down towards the street where a truck will hit her. And this is why the structure of a Dravida temple is very secure. Thereafter, there is a swap of words. Shikhar means the curvilinear tower in Nagara, but here it is called Vimana, and the top was called Amlaka and Kalash. Here it is called Shikhar. The terminology has been changed a little bit. If these 8 points are clear, 9 points are clear, I have to discuss 3 more points. Can I discuss them? Anybody has any issue in understanding these 9 points? Vahan is there, all of that remains the same. Basic things within it remains the same. No issue? Okay. 10. Panchayatan style, but no clusterization of Vimanas. Which is that in South Indian temples, you will find that the Vimanas are separated to each other. A, B, C. So there's no cluster. Now you tell me under which is going to be the deity. The deity is going to be under which? Here, ironically, smallest Vimana would have the principal deity. And I'll tell you why. Can anybody tell me why? Why is that the smallest Viman will have the principal deity in South India? Wild guess. Anybody? No one. The reason is oldest part of temple. So the Vimana is small and initially not a lot of funds to build big structures. So basically what happens is, if you've ever been to, for example, Tirupati, if you've ever been to Sabrimala, or if you've ever been to Padmanabhaswamy, the oldest part of the temple will have the smallest Vimana, because when it started, it will not have a lot of funds. So it will be the smallest part. Later Vimans are added when the temple has gained a lot of money, and thereafter it will now build big structures. This is a very interesting peculiarity in North and South. In North, look for the tallest Viman, you will find the god. Look for the shortest Viman and you will find the god in Panchayatan style South India. Thereafter, another major differentiation is the imagery and images within the temple are very fierce, and Dwarpals are common. Basically the opposite of what we have Nagara. Nagara, you have welcoming figures. Here we have proper Dwarpals. You would have seen in South Indian temples, the imagery is very fierce. These mythical creatures, a lot of different lions. The type of imagery is to instill fear. It's vibrant, it's fear driven. So Dwarpal means guards. Dwarpal means a guard. Dwarpal, a person who protects the Dwar, which is the gate, is called a Dwarpal. So basically, the way they are now doing is because this whole structure has its own economy, political. What was one thing which the Cholas used to give to the temples? What did the Cholas give to the temples in huge numbers? Devdana grants. Now think of it like this, that this temple could have crores of rupees in it, and with controlling 60 to 70 villages. So would you like people to come and just randomly walk into the temple with no form of power being projected? South Indian temples project power, and that power is projected through Dwarpal's fierce images, Narsimha. There will be lion, there will be different type of mythical creatures which will be given. It gives a lot of power driven structures, vibrancy in that regard. It's a difference. This is a major difference between North and South Indian temples. North Indian temples are standalone near the river. They will have Ganga, Yamuna, very welcoming figures, because they hold power, but they don't hold powers vis-a-vis the king. Here, they in themselves are power intermediaries. These temples control thousands of acres of land. So they are like centers of power in that regard. People know they are not going to harm. How people fear? Because you know it. If you are a devotee of this temple, you know that it is only imagery. It is to a third person. It is to a third person. If I'm a child, if I look at the imagery of the temple, it tells me that the Deva is at the same point of time very mercy driven, but he's also very powerful. The power which the temple is projecting is very specific to this sector. So Dwarpals are not, they are basically carved out. They are carved into the Gopuram, and they carved into the Mandapa and the Garbhagriha. They are basically present everywhere where it matters. So very simply, the power which is being projected is a totally different type of power. It's a symbolic sense of instilling fear. Are we clear? Yes. So let's read it out. I'll give you then one table for summarization. Unlike Nagara style, Dravida temples are enclosed in the compound wall. They have a proper gate which is called a Gopuram. And the Gopuram is a very specific feature about South Indian temples. Means other tall Vimans would build period, means they were contributions. Yes, later dynasties. Yes. Priyanka, yes. The shape of the main temple or the shape of the main temple tower is called a Vimana in Tamil Nadu. It is like a stepped pyramid that raises above a geometrical way or rather than a curvy linear way. North Indian idea of multiple shikhars is not used here, no clusterization. Some of the most sacred temples in South India, the main temple, the Garbhagriha, is situated under the smallest tower because it is the oldest part of the temple. And this is basically a Gopuram for you. This is the Gopuram and this is the Vimana. This is the Shikhar. So, whereas in the entrance of North India temple, we have usually images of Mithun, Ganga, Yamuna, Yaksha, Yakshi. Here we have fierce Dwarpals or doorkeepers in front of the temple. Large water tank is there. Subsidiary shrines are either incorporated into the main tower or have different Vimanas itself. So if you look at this temple, you can automatically see a different type of imagery. If you look at the Gopuram itself, looking at the Gopuram with its gates being closed in the night, does it show you a very welcoming type of imagery? It is about projecting power. That when you enter through this gate, you are entering into the gate of the Lord. You're entering into Shiva's zone, into Lord Vishnu's zone. They are very, very clear in what imagery they want to project in that sense. Right? Okay. Now, can I now just bring Nagara and Dravida on one slide and we can then discuss and the Cholas will take the Dravida style to the highest point because they are the ones who take Dravida style to the climax, because what they will start to do is they will start to make horizontally and vertically very, very big temples. Horizontally, the mandap is going to become that it can have 1,000 people inside it, and the Vimanas will become monumental Viman. They will basically start to look like mountains in that regard. And the Brideshwara temple at Thanjavur or the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple in Gangaikonda Cholapuram are two very good examples of how big the temples became bigger and bigger and bigger. And even now the kings and queens are inside the Garbhagriha in the form of statues, which I will show you when I will discuss what we today call as bronze sculpture. When I'll talk about sculpture, I'll come back to Cholas again. But the Cholas are the ones who take Dravida to the next level altogether. Now let me summarize for you Nagara and Dravida. I'm doing that. Everybody is on board here. Nobody has any issue. It is making sense. Very long part of both the NCRT, both Nitin Singhania. I'm trying to summarize and then we'll discuss about Vesara. Very small discussion, very straightforward discussion. Okay. Development of temple are in same manner. Yes, standard that is based on patronage from the kings. Now, Nagara Dravida, Garbhagriha, Mandapa, Ardha Mandapa, these two remain the same. Or these three remain the same. Other than this point of convergence, now let's talk about the structural differences. You have a raised platform, no raised platform, Shikhara becomes Vimana, Amlaka and Kalash becomes Shikhara. Thereafter, no boundary wall or water tank, boundary wall or water tank. And the most important feature, Gopuram, no entry gate. Thereafter, Panchayatan with clusterization, Panchayatan without clusterization. Thereafter, welcoming imagery, non-welcoming or fierce imagery, regional schools and different shikhar, no regional variation or shikhars. Develops in 5 stages, develops out of Pallava architecture. No, Ilma, there's no connection between that. Gupta, post Gupta, high point. Chola, take it to highest point. Done. Torna and all, don't complicate it. That is a Nagara concept. So you can see Nagara can take. Acha, I can do that also if you want. For example, Nagara plus boundary wall and water tank. It gives you Solanki. Thereafter, Nagara plus only boundary wall gives you Odisha. The thematic is different for Khajuraho. Make sense? Dwarpal's fierce imagery here. Can I discuss Vesara and we end for today? I hope this will help you generally in revising and understanding, and generally for your preparation, basic simple thing. I'll make it here also. Okay. No regional variation and shikhar. Okay. Now, I'll give you the simple. If you want to simply make Dravida, if you want to make simple diagram is going to be something like this. The problem is you have to make it in 3D. If you can make this, you can make this. Gopuram, boundary wall. Make it if you want to. Water tank, Garbhgriha, Vimana, Shikhara, Mandap, or the Mandap. Yes? Okay. Now, last is Vesara style. Vesara style is called a hybrid style because it mixes up two both Dravida plus Nagara gives you Vesara. Three dynasties used it quite a lot. The Chalukyas, the Rashtrakutas, and the Hoysala dynasty. And Hoysaleshwara or Hoysalas were the most important because they took it to a different level altogether. And we will discuss Chennakeshwara, Hoysaleshwara temple in more detail when I will discuss the UNESCO World Heritage Tag, and with the vis-a-vis that specifically I will discuss with you the concept of current affairs. But Vesara, what they do is, from Dravida, they take style of carving and theme. From Nagara, they take the basic structure. They take the basic structure. And from curvilinear shikhar to square base to basically carvings, they basically make it a mixture. Now here, the first expression of Vesara you can already see is in the Kailashnath temple. Kailashnath temple, Ellora. You can see it has a Gopuram type structure also, but it has a very small shikhar also. It has an Amlaka also. It also has a Kalash also. So it's in between. It's in between. And Kailashnath temple, made by Krishna 1 and later finished by Krishna 2, is one of the most beautiful ones because they've just cut the temple itself from a whole mountain. There was a mountain like this, and they carved the whole temple into the mountain. So what you see is basically a part of the mountain itself. They cut the mountain to create a rock cut Vesara type temple. Padmaswamy Cell has stairs, bit of elevated structure like raised platform. Dinesh, little bit of stairs, so it will be there. So it's not like, for example, 3 meters, 4 meters height. Little bit of there will be there. There is no regional variation. Padmanabhaswamy, which section are you talking about is also important. If you're talking about the original one or you're talking about the later editions, so that way. Now, the best known example of the what we call as Vesara is what is called as Hoysaleshwara art or Hoysala art. At Belur and at Helibed, we get a glimpse of the beautiful expression of Vesara in with this black basaltic rock. Over and above that, you have this zigzag pattern, which is very common, very, very common in Vesara style, specifically Hoysaleshwara. Then this platform is called Jagati. Jagati. This is a very specific thing in Vesara. Wherever you find zigzag pattern with a small platform, it's called Jagati. It's a Vesara style. But what is even more interesting is that this temple is basically in a star shape. That is called a stellate plan. Stellate plan. Wherein we have one shrine here, one shrine here, one shrine here, one shrine here, one shrine here. And when you enter, each of them have their own Garbhagriha. So it's a very interesting way of Panchayatan being manifested in the form of a stellate plan, a Jagati, and a zigzag plan, which is very common to Vesara. Very, very common to Vesara. And the fact of the matter is, we will go on to discuss this and Ramappa temple. Ramappa temple is also Vesara style. We will go into more of this discussion when we'll go into current affairs. So Vesara style, you just have to remember this point, which is mixture of Dravida and Nagara, takes up curvilinear shikhar square base from Nagara, basically plan, and carving it will take from Dravida. Are we clear? Vesara is a mixture of both, and the best example being Halibut Bellur and Hoysaleshwara. We will come back to this again, but in the context of discussing Chennakeshwara temple, Hoysaleshwara temple, and these other temples which have got the UNESCO World Heritage tag, which is called the temple assemblage of Hoysaleshwaras. Are we clear? The only word you look for Vesara is Jagati. Jagati is zigzag. If you see this, it is Vesara. Then, the last expression, should we need to correct? Yes, you have to do current affairs for art and culture. The last expression of temple proper building in India was the Vijayanagara style. And Vijayanagara style is a mixture of a little bit of the Indo-Islamic influence, which I will tell you is in the color scheme which will come in. That was coming from the Bahmani kingdom itself. But they will keep that concept of Gopuram and everything alive. But highly ornamental, that is common. Gopuram on all sides. 4 Gopurams were given. Rock cut pillars, basically one whole pillar was made out of one rock and then installed. But the thing which makes or is the most distinguishing feature, very, very, very important. The distinguishing feature about a Vijayanagara temple is called the Kalyan Mandap. Kalyan Mandap, basically, every year the main deity and the wife of the deity are married in the Kalyan Mandap. The ceremonial wedding which happens in the Kalyan Mandap, the divine marriage which is enacted in a specific mandap which has been made within the temple complex. You can also book it later, not in those periods of divine marriage, but Kalyan Mandaps, marriage-based mandaps, are something which are based inside Vijayanagara temples quite a lot. This is one of the biggest peculiarities of the Vijayanagara style of what we call as temple buildings. Meenakshi temple we will discuss in regional schools separately because it breaks the flow in that regard. Last but not the least are the Pala and Sena school, because tomorrow I start with you a very important discussion which is Delhi Sultanate and what we call as medieval architecture. Pala and Sena school, what is the religion of the Palas? What is the religion of the Palas? They are Buddhists. So the Palas keep Buddhist architecture alive, and because they made Udantapuri, Vikramshila and Nalanda, and this image is very, very significant for you because in G20, this image was used by the Prime Minister to meet a lot of people in front of it. I will again discuss what are the art and culture aspects which were there in the G20 mandap itself. This image of Nalanda University was very common. And these two images which I show you, these are the primary colors which Buddhist architecture uses for its buildings. Dark brown and red bricks. I will discuss that also. Wasn't the feel of Sun Temple was also there? Yes, it was there. I will discuss that with you. Just to tell you that Pala architecture, specifically these universities which were established by them, and the Sompur Mahavihara, which is in now Bangladesh, become a very important example of Pala architecture in that regard. Palas kept Buddhist architecture, this type of structures we were seeing in the Stupa period. That type of Stupa based architecture has now been revived and kept alive by the Palas. But the biggest peculiarity about the Bengal School of Architecture, we'll discuss these Parliament building also, don't worry. Biggest is called the sloping roof of Bengal. Sloping roof. You see here. This type of structure which you see here, this is called the sloping roof of Bengal. The Senas, who are Hindus, which basically took up what the Palas left, developed this very specific type of curved and sloping roof, as in bamboo huts. In any place, wherever you are giving an examination, if you see sloping roof, burnt brick, tall and curving towers, it has to be Bengal. But for me, just remember this, because tomorrow I'll show you something very important. This is called the Bengali sloping roof. Now, yes, okay. Now, with this we finish temple architecture. I've discussed with you today. I've discussed with you the Venn diagram, which gives you the cave architecture, and I've done Nagara, Dravida, and Vesara along with Vijayanagara and Bengali school. Whatever is important vis-a-vis that. Vijayanagara, I have to remember Kalyan Mandap. Nagara, Dravida, I've done in a lot of detail. Vesara, we will do again when we'll do current affairs, but Jagati and zigzag is what you have to look for. Nagara structural, Dravida what we call as intricate design. Other than that, we've tried to understand temple basic structure, 5 stage of temple development. Vesara you don't have to draw. And the concept of Nagara, Latina, Famsana, Valabi, and Odisha, Solanki, and Khajuraho. Dravida, Pallava style, Pallava, Mahendravarman, Narsimvarman II, and Dravida, Chola, Vijayanagara. Difference between Nagara and Dravida. Does anybody have any issue in any of what the words I've said today? Because this is close to 65 pages to 70 pages of a chapter in Nitin Singhania, which is the first chapter. Are you now today capable? And what I want you to do now is, next time when you go to any temple, if you go to any area which you have seen a temple, I want you to go and identify these features. Show it off to your friends, show it off to your parents that you understand temple architecture. At least they will think that you're doing something very significant, because when you will stand there, make this face and say that is the Amlaka, that is the Kalash, that is the curvy linear tower, they will think, okay, the bacha kuch kar raha hai. He's doing something for sure in your life. Start to explain these components to them. If you have old images of certain temples you've gone to, look for these things. And generally now be observant. Try to revise these things as you see them in daily life. Next time if you see watching a serial or a movie, pause it and check what type of temple is this. Are you able to check out the all features itself or not? Or the director has made a fool out of us by adding certain elements of Nagara and Dravida. Then say that the director has made a fool out of us because he's mixed up 2-3 styles. So very simply, today we have finished this. Tomorrow when I come back, I will take the story forward and we will discuss dome, arch, abacus, the concept of arabesque, the concept of medieval architecture, which is equally beautiful. Mains question can come from this area. Any question can come from this area. We will discuss regional architecture, Mona Lisa, regional architecture separately, because it breaks the continuity In the last theme, I will come back to Malwa, Jaunpur, the Bijapur, the northeastern sector, the Pahadi, and the Meenakshi temple based what we call as Nayak school. So don't worry, I am trying to keep one series going there. That is that. Very simple question. Discuss the difference between Dravida and Nagara style. Kedarnath temple, Badrinath temple have their own styles because they are based on a totally different tangent altogether. So I didn't understand Islamic influence of Vijayanagara. For that, you need to know Islamic influence. So that tomorrow it will make sense to you. So very simply, just one simple question. Discuss the difference between Nagara and Dravida style. 250 words. Apart from weekend questions, give us questions to write. I gave you questions yesterday. I'm giving you one right now. Discuss the difference between Nagara and Dravida style. Simple. सर आपकी एक पीपीटी में पंचयातन में 7 श्राइन है, पंचयातन में 5 ही होना चाहिए. दिस इज व्हाट आई टोल्ड यू. 5 मतलब छोटा कोक मत लेके चलो. दैट 5 मींस पंच पंच पंचयातन. 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 15, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. All are called panchayatan only. All are called panchayatan only. So panchayatan is a word. It's not has nothing to do with panch. Discuss the salient features of Nagara and Dravida style. 250 words. If you don't want to do this question, or how are the Nagara and Dravida schools, the Dravida style of architecture different? Happy? Okay. What is the work of ASI? Protect these monuments, maintain them. Okay. So I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow equally interesting. We'll be going from Mehrauli to Qutub Minar to we'll end by Taj Mahal, I hope. We will discuss the Taj Mahal, we'll discuss Mughal architecture, and remember, from Mughal architecture and medieval architecture, more questions come than this area. So you should remember that also. Well, Abhishek, they are also right. I am also right. That is the way it was made. Okay. Thank you. Take care and bye-bye.